Can't a fella drink in peace? Why don't that old crone do something for a change? Sure, she's got stuff. But you listen to me. She's unnatural. I ain't never seen her eat or drink, and you can't trust somebody who doesn't drink at least a little. Why don't that old crone...
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. I know of many myths and legends that may contain answers to questions that may arise in your journeys into the labyrinth. If you come across challenges and questions to which you seek knowledge, seek me out, and I will tell you what I can.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Sometimes I think that Cain talks too much. But I guess that's his calling in life. If I could bend steel as well as he can bend your ear, I could make a suit of court plate good enough for an emperor.
What ails you, my friend? Griswold knows as much about the art of war as I do about the art of healing. He is a shrewd merchant, but his work is second to none. Oh, I suppose that may be because he's the only blacksmith left here.
Thank goodness you've returned. Much has changed since you lived here, my friend. All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut down where they stood, and those who took up arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves, or worse. The church at the edge of town has been desecrated and is being used for dark rituals. The screams that echo in the night are inhuman, but some of our townsfolk may yet survive. Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the blacksmith's shop to find the church and save who you can. Perhaps I can tell you more if we speak again. Good luck. Thank goodness you've returned.
Please, listen to me. The Archbishop Lazarus. He led us down here to find the lost prince. The bastard led us into a trap. Now everyone is dead, killed by a demon he called the Butcher. Avenge us! Find this butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest.
Your death will be avenged.
Please, listen to me.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled. I can't use this yet. I can't carry anymore.
Good day. How may I serve you? I grew up with Wirt's mother, Canis. Although she was only slightly hurt when those hideous creatures stole him, she never recovered. I think she died of a broken heart. Wirt has become a mean-spirited youngster, looking only to profit from the sweat of others. I know that he suffered and has seen horrors that I cannot even imagine. But some of that darkness hangs over him still. When Farnham said something about a butcher killing people, I immediately discounted it. But since you brought it up, maybe it is true.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. Farnham spends far too much time here drowning his sorrows in cheap ale. I would make him leave, but he did suffer so during his time in the labyrinth. Yes, Farnham has mumbled something about a hulking brute who wielded a fierce weapon. I believe he called him a butcher.
Well, what can I do for you? The axe? Aye, that's a good weapon. Balanced against any foe. Look how it cleaves the air. And then, imagine a nice fat demon head in its path. Keep in mind, however, that it is slow to swing. But talk about dealing a heavy blow! I saw what Farnham calls the butcher, as it swathed a path through the bodies of my friends. He swung a cleaver as large as an axe, hewing limbs and cutting down brave men where they stood. I was separated from the fray by a host of small screeching demons, and somehow found the stairway leading out. I never saw that hideous beast again, but his blood-stained visage haunts me to this day.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Pepin. I count him as a true friend, perhaps the closest I have here. He is a bit addled at times, but never a more caring or considerate soul has existed. His knowledge and skills are equaled by few, and his door is always open. It seems that the Archbishop Lazarus goaded many of the townsmen into venturing into the labyrinth to find the king's missing son. He played upon their fears, and whipped them into a frenzied mob. None of them were prepared for what lay within the cold earth. Lazarus abandoned them down there, left in the clutches of unspeakable horrors to die.
What ails you, my friend? While I use some limited forms of magic to create the potions and elixirs I store here, Adria is a true sorceress. She never seems to sleep, and she always has access to many mystic tomes and artifacts. I believe her hut may be much more than the hovel it appears to be, but I can never seem to get inside the place. By the light, I know of this vile demon. There were many that bore the scars of his wrath upon their bodies when the few survivors of the charge led by Lazarus crawled from the cathedral. I don't know what he used to slice open his victims, but it could not have been of this world. It left wounds festering with disease, and even I found them almost impossible to treat. Beware if you plan to battle this fiend.
Can't a fellow drink in peace? No one ever listens to me. Somewhere, I ain't too sure, but somewhere under the church, is a whole pile of gold. Gleaming, shining, just waiting for someone to get it. Big cleaver, killing all my friends. Couldn't stop him, had to run away, couldn't save them. Trapped in a room with so many bodies, so many friends. No!
I sense a soul in search of answers. The higher you place your faith in one man, the farther it has to fall. Farnham has lost his soul, but not to any demon. It was lost when he saw his fellow townspeople betrayed by the Archbishop Lazarus. He has knowledge to be gleaned, but you must separate fact from fantasy. The Butcher is a sadistic creature that delights in the torture and pain of others. You have seen his handiwork in the drunkard Farnham. His destruction will do much to ensure the safety of this village.
Your death will be avenged. I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. The witch, Adria, is an anomaly here in Tristram. She arrived shortly after the cathedral was desecrated, while most everyone else was fleeing. She had a small hut constructed at the edge of town, seemingly overnight, and has access to many strange and arcane artifacts and tomes of knowledge that even I have never seen before. It seems that the Archbishop
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend? I have made a very interesting discovery. Unlike us, the creatures in the labyrinth can heal themselves without the aid of potions or magic. If you hurt one of the monsters, make sure it is dead, or it very well may regenerate itself.
The village needs your help, good master. Some months ago, King Leoric's son, Prince Albert, was kidnapped. The king went into a rage and scoured the village for his missing child. With each passing day, Leoric seemed to slip deeper into madness. He sought to blame innocent townsfolk for the boy's disappearance and had them brutally executed. Less than half of us survived his insanity. The king's knights and priests tried to placate him, but he turned against them and, sadly, they were forced to kill him. With his dying breath, the king called down a terrible curse upon his former followers. He vowed that they would serve him in darkness forever. This is where things take an even darker twist than I thought possible. Our former king has risen from his eternal sleep and now commands a legion of undead minions within the labyrinth. His body was buried in a tomb 3 levels beneath the cathedral. Please, good master, put his soul at ease by destroying his now cursed form. The village needs your help.
Well, what can I do for you? That lad is gonna get himself into serious trouble. Or I guess I should say, again. I've tried to interest him in working here and learning an honest trade, but he prefers the high profits of dealing in goods of dubious origin. I cannot hold that against him after what happened to him, but I do wish he would at least be careful. I saw what Farnham calls the Butcher. I made many of the weapons and most of the armour that King Leoric used to outfit his knights. I even crafted a huge two-handed sword of the finest mithril for him, as well as a field crown to match. I still can't believe how he died, but it must have been some sinister force that drove him insane.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while, and the witch, Ah, the story of our king, is it? The tragic fall of Leoric was a harsh blow to this land. The people always loved the king, and now they live in mortal fear of him. The question that I keep asking myself is how he could have fallen so far from the light, as Leoric had always been the holiest of men. Only the vilest powers of hell could so utterly destroy a man from within.
What ails you, my friend? The loss of his son was too much for King Leoric. I did what I could to ease his madness, but in the end, it overcame him. A black curse has hung over this kingdom from that day forward. But perhaps, if you were to free his spirit from his earthly prison, the curse would be lifted.
Can't a fellow drinking geese? Why don't that old crone do something for a change? Sure, she's got stuff. If you listen to me, she's unnatural. I ain't never seen her eat or drink, and you can't trust somebody who doesn't drink at least a little. I don't care about that. Listen. No skeleton is gonna be my king. Leoric is king. King! So you hear me? Hail to the king!
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you? Cain has been the storyteller of Tristram for as long as I can remember. He knows so much and can tell you just about anything, about almost everything. I don't like to think about how the king died. I like to remember him for the kind and just ruler that he was. His death was so sad and seemed very wrong somehow. Over here.
Farnham, now there is a man with serious problems, and I know all about how serious problems can be. He trusted too much in the integrity of one man, and Lazarus led him into the very jaws of death. Oh, I know what it's like down there, so don't even start telling me about your plans to destroy the evil that dwells in that labyrinth. Just watch your legs. I know more than you think about that grisly fiend. His little friends got a hold of me and managed to get my leg before Griswold pulled me out of that hole. I'll put it bluntly. Kill him before he kills you and adds your corpse to his collection. Look, I am running a business here. I don't sell information, and I don't care about some king that's been dead longer than I've been alive. If you need something to use against this king of the undead, then I can help you out. I sense a soul in search of answers. There is much about the future we cannot see, but when it comes, it will be the children who wield it. The boy Word has a blackness upon his soul, but he poses no threat to the town or its people. His secretive dealings with the urchins and unspoken guilds of nearby towns gain him access to many devices that cannot be easily found in Tristram. While his methods may be reproachful, Wirt can provide assistance for your battle against the encroaching darkness. The dead who walk among the living follow the cursed king. He holds the power to raise yet more warriors for an ever-growing army of the undead. If you do not stop his reign, he will surely march across this land and slay all who still live here.
The spirits of the dead are now avenged.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. If you want to know more about the history of our village, the storyteller Cain knows quite a bit about the past.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? If you're looking for a good weapon, let me show this to you. Take your basic blunt weapon, such as a mace. Works like a charm against most of those undying horrors down there, and there's nothing better to shatter skinny little skeletons.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Griswold, a man of great action and great courage. I bet he never told you about the time he went into the labyrinth to save Wirt, did he? He knows his fair share of the dangers to be found there. But then again, so do you. He is a skilled craftsman, and if he claims to be able to help you in any way, you can count on his honesty and his skill.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
Kind of fellow drinking peace? Ogden is the best man in town. I don't think his wife likes me much, but as long as she keeps tapping kegs, I'll like her just fine. Seems like I've been spending more time with Ogden than most, but he's so good to me.
ails you, my friend? Even my skills have been unable to fully heal Farnham. Oh, I have been able to mend his body, but his mind and spirit are beyond anything I can do.
Good day. How may I serve you? Our blacksmith is a point of pride to the people of Tristram. Not only is he a master craftsman who has won many contests within his guild, but he received praises from our King Leoric himself. May his soul rest in peace. Griswold is also a great hero. Just ask Cain.
I sense a soul in search of answers. The sum of our knowledge is in the sum of its people. Should you find a book or scroll that you cannot decipher, do not hesitate to bring it to me. If I can make sense of it, I will share what I find.
my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? While I use some limited forms of magic to create the potions and elixirs I store here, Adria is a true sorceress. She never seems to sleep, and she always has access to many mystic tomes and artifacts. I believe her hut may be much more than the hovel it appears to be, but I can never seem to get inside the place.
Kind of fellow, Griswold? Good old Griswold. I love him like a brother. We fought together, you know, back when we... Lazarus!
Hello, my friend. Ogden has owned and run the Rising Sun Inn and Tavern for almost 4 years now. He purchased it just a few short months before everything here went to hell. He and his wife, Garda, do not have the money to leave as they invested all they had in making a life for themselves here. He is a good man with a deep sense of responsibility.
Well, what can it... That lad is gonna get himself into serious trouble. Or I guess I should say, again. I've tried to interest him in working here and learning an honest trade, but he prefers the high profits of dealing in goods of dubious origin. I cannot hold that against him after what happened to him, but I do wish he would at least be careful.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. Griswold the blacksmith is extremely knowledgeable about weapons and armor. If you ever need work done on your gear, he is definitely the man to see.
Good day. How may I serve you?
I can't use this yet.
Good day. Hop Farnham is a drunkard who fills his belly with ale and everyone else's ears with nonsense. I know that both Pepin and Ogden feel sympathy for him, but I get so frustrated watching him slip farther and farther into a befuddled stupor every night. Over here.
Don't trust everything the drunk says. Too many ales have fogged his vision and his good sense. I sense a soul in search of answers. Though the heat of the sun is beyond measure, the mere flame of a candle is of greater danger. No energies, no matter how great, can be used without the proper focus. For many spells, ensorcelled spades may be charged with magical energies many times over. I have the ability to restore their power, but know that nothing is done without a price.
village needs your help, good master. Some months ago, King Le...
I gotta pawn some of this stuff. I can't use this yet.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Ogden has owned and run the Rising Sun.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do? A good man who puts the needs of others above his own. You won't find anyone left in Tristram, or anyone else for that matter, who has a bad thing to say about the healer.
What ails you, my friend? While I use some limited forms of magic to create the potions and elixirs I store,
I can't use this yet.
I sense a soul in search of answers. A chest opened in darkness holds no greater treasure than when it is opened in the light. The storyteller Cain is an enigma, but only to those who do not look. His knowledge of what lies beneath the cathedral is far greater than even he allows himself to realize.
warmth of life has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for eternity. The warmth of life has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for The warmth of life has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for eternity.
Rest well, Leoric. I'll find your son. too much baggage.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Poor Farnham. He is a disquieting reminder of the doomed assembly that entered into the cathedral with Lazarus on that dark day. He escaped with his life, but his courage and much of his sanity were left in some dark pit. He finds comfort only at the bottom of his tankard nowadays, but there are occasional bits of truth buried within his constant ramblings.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? That lad is going to get himself into serious trouble.
What ails you, my friend? Poor Wirt. I did all that was possible for the child, but I know he despises that wooden peg that I was forced to attach to his leg. His wounds were hideous. No one, and especially such a young child, should have to suffer the way he did. Poor Wirt.
Kind of fellow drinking peace? Kane isn't what he says he is. Sure, he talks a good story. Some of them are real scary or funny. But I think he knows more than he knows he knows.
The curse of our king is past, but I fear that it was only part of a greater evil at work. However, we may yet be saved from the darkness that consumes our land, for your victory is a good omen. May light guide you on your way, good master. Greetings, good master. Welcome. If you want to know more about the history of our village, the storyteller Kane knows quite a bit about the past.
day. How may I serve you? Cain has been the storyteller of Tristram for as long as I can remember. He knows so much and can tell you just about anything, about almost everything. Over here. Psst, over here.
As long as you don't need anything reattached, old Pepin is as good as they come. If I'd have had some of those potions he brews, I might still have my leg. I sense a soul in search of answers. The higher you place your faith in one man, the farther it has to fall. Farnham has lost his soul, but not to any demon. It was lost when he saw his fellow townspeople betrayed by the Archbishop Lazarus. He has knowledge to be gleaned, but you must separate fact from fantasy.
I can't carry anymore.
Please, no hurt, no kill. Keep alive, and next time good bring to you.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. While you are venturing deeper into the labyrinth, you may find tomes of great knowledge hidden there. Read them carefully, for they can tell you things that even I cannot.
Stay for a moment. I have a story you might find interesting. A caravan that was bound for the Eastern Kingdoms passed through here some time ago. It was supposedly carrying a piece of the heavens that had fallen to earth. The caravan was ambushed by cloaked riders just north of here along the roadway. I searched the wreckage for this sky rock, but it was nowhere to be found. If you should find it, I believe that I can fashion something useful from it. Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, I have to practically smuggle in the metals and tools I need from caravans that skirt the edges of our damned town. That witch Adria always seems to get whatever she needs. If I knew even the smallest bit about how to harness magic as she did, I could make some truly incredible things. I'm still waiting for you to bring me that stone from the heavens. I know that I can make something powerful out of it.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while, and while you are venturing, Griswold speaks of the Heaven Stone that was destined for the Enclave located in the east. It was being taken there for further study. This stone glowed with an energy that somehow granted vision beyond that which a normal man could possess. I do not know what secrets it holds, my friend, but finding this stone would certainly prove most valuable.
What ails you, my friend? Poor Wirt. I did all that was possible for the I don't know what it is they thought they could see with that rock, but I will say this. If rocks are falling from the sky, you had better be careful.
Can't a fellow drinking peace? No one ever listens to me. Somewhere, I ain't too sure, but somewhere out of the church. I used to have a nice ring. It was a really expensive one. Blue and green and red and silver. Don't remember what happened to it, though. I really miss that ring.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. Pepin is a good man, and certainly the most generous in the village. He's always attending to the needs of others, but trouble of some sort or another does seem to follow him wherever he goes. The caravan stopped here to take on some supplies for their journey to the east. I sold them quite an array of fresh fruits and some excellent sweetbreads that Garda had just finished baking. Shame what happened to them.
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you? I grew up with Wirt's mother, Canis. Although she was only slightly hurt when those hideous creatures stole him, she never recovered. I think she died of a broken heart. Wirt has become a mean-spirited youngster, looking only to profit from the sweat of others. I know that he suffered and has seen horrors that I cannot even imagine. But some of that darkness hangs over him still. Well, a caravan of some very important people did stop here, but that was quite a while ago. They had strange accents and were starting on a long journey, as I recall. I don't see how you could hope to find anything that they would have been carrying. Over here.
I guess I owe the blacksmith my life, what there is of it. Sure, Griswold offered me an apprenticeship at the smithy, and he's a nice enough guy, but I'll never get enough money to... Well, let's just say that I have definite plans that require a large amount of gold. If anyone can make something out of that rock, Griswold can. He knows what he is doing. And as much as I try to steal his customers, I respect the quality of his work. I sense a soul in search of answers. The greatest power is often the shortest lived. you may find ancient words of power written upon scrolls of parchment. The strength of these scrolls lies in the ability of either apprentice or adept to cast them with equal ability. Their weakness is that they must first be read aloud and can never be kept at the ready in your mind. Know also that these scrolls can be read but once, so use them with care. The Heaven Stone is very powerful, and were it any but Griswold who bid you find it, I would prevent it. He will harness its powers, and its use will be for the good of us all.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? The axe? Aye, that's a good weapon. Balanced against...
Hello, my friend. Ah, Pepin. I count him as a true friend. Perhaps the closest I have here. He is a bit addled at times, but never a more caring or considerate soul has existed. His knowledge and skills are equaled by few, and his door is always open.
What ails you, my friend? Cain is a true friend and a wise sage. He may maintains a vast library and has an innate ability to discern the true nature of many things. If you ever have any questions, he is the person to go to.
Kind of fellow drinking. I want to tell you something, because I know all about this stuff. It's my specialty. This here is the best. The best. That other ale ain't no good since those stupid dogs.
Greetings, good master. Pepin is a good man, and certainly the most generous in the village. He's always attending to the...
Good day. My grandmother had a dream that you would come and talk to me. She has visions, you know, and can see into the future.
I sense a soul in search of answers. There is much about the future we cannot see, but when it comes, it will be the children who wield it. The boy word has a blackness upon his soul.
not enough mana.
So it came to be that there was a great revolution within the burning hells, known as the Dark Exile. The lesser evils overthrew the three prime evils and banished their spirit forms to the mortal realm. The demons Belial, the Lord of Lies,
and Asmodan, the Lord of Sin, fought to claim rulership of Hell during the absence of the three brothers. All of Hell polarized between the factions of Belial and Asmodan, while the forces of the high heavens continually battered upon the very gates of Hell. So it came to be that there was a great revolution within the burning hells, known as the Dark Exile. The lesser evils overthrew the three primevals and banished their spirit forms to the mortal realm. The demons Belial, the smell of death surrounds me. Too much baggage.
Well, what can I do for you?
I can't use this yet.
Well, what can I do for you? Oh, Gillian is a nice lass. Shame that her Gamma is in such poor health, or I would arrange to get both of them out of here on one of the train caravans.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Hello, my friend. I know of many myths and legends that may contain answers to questions that may arise in your journeys into the labyrinth. If you come across challenges and questions to which you seek knowledge, seek me out, and I will tell you what I can.
tender fellow, the guy that brings the drinks? Oh, yeah. What a pretty lady. So nice, too.
What ails you, my friend? I really don't understand why Ogden stays here in Tristram. He suffers from a slight nervous condition, but he is an intelligent and industrious man who would do very well wherever he went. I suppose it may be the fear of the many murders that happen in the surrounding countryside, or perhaps the wishes of his wife that keep him and his family where they are. What ails you, my friend?
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. Adria is wise beyond her years, but I must admit, she frightens me a little. Well, no matter. If you ever have need to trade in items of sorcery, she maintains a strangely well-stocked hut just across the river.
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I? Cain has been the storyteller of Tristram for as long as I can remember.
Over here. Not everyone in Tristram has a use or a market for everything you'll find in the labyrinth. Not even me, as hard as that is to believe. Sometimes only you will be able to find a purpose for some things. I sense a soul in search of answers. I sense a soul into a man who only knows iron. There is no greater magic than steel. The blacksmith Griswold is more of a sorcerer than he knows. His ability to meld fire and metal is unequaled in this land.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? I was with Farnham that night that Lazarus led us into the labyrinth. I never saw the Archbishop again, and I may not have survived if Farnham was not at my side. I fear that the attack left his soul as crippled as, well, another did my leg. I cannot fight this battle for him now. But, what if I could?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while, and I know of many myths and legends that make...
What ails you, my friend? Griswold knows as much about the art of...
Good day. How may I serve you?
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
This must be what Griswold wanted. I can't carry anymore.
Let me see that. Aye, it is as I believed. Give me a moment. Here you are. I arranged pieces of the stone within a silver ring that my father left me. I hope it serves you well.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you? 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 That lad is gonna get himself into serious trouble.
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How may I serve you?
Not enough mana.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, what can I do for you?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Poor Farnham. He is a disquieting reminder of the doomed assembly that entered into the cathedral with Lazarus on that dark day.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? Poor Wirt. I did all...
Greetings, good master. Well, many adventurers have graced the tables of my tavern, and 10 times as many stories have been told over as much ale. The only thing that I ever heard any of them agree on was this old axiom.
Well, what can I do? I was with Farnham that night that Lazarus led us into the...
Good day. How may I serve you?
I sense a soul in search of answers. I sense a soul in search of answers. I sense a soul. The higher you place your faith in one man, the farther it has to fall.
Beyond the Hall of Heroes lies the Chamber of Bone. Eternal death awaits any who would seek to steal the treasures secured within this room. So speaks the Lord of Terror, and so it is written. Too much baggage.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you? The axe? Aye, that's a good... Ach, no, nothing of this place. But you may try asking Cain. He talks about many things, and we're not surprised maybe he had some answers to your question.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while. I know of many myths. A book that speaks of a chamber of human bones? Well, a chamber of bone is mentioned in certain archaic writings that I studied in the libraries of the East. These tomes inferred that when the lords of the underworld desired to protect great treasures, they would create domains where those who died in the attempt to steal that treasure would be forever bound to defend it. A twisted, but strangely fitting end.
What ails you, my friend? This sounds like a very dangerous place. If you venture there, please take great care.
Can't a fellow drink? Okay, so listen. There's this chamber of wood, see? And his wife, her, tells the tree. Because you gotta wait. Then I says that might work against him, but if you think I'm gonna pay for this, yeah!
Greetings, good master. Welcome to... I am afraid that I don't know anything about that, good master. Cain has many books that may be of some help.
I sense a soul in you will become an eternal servant of the Dark Lords should you perish within this cursed domain. Enter the Chamber of Bone at your own peril.
my friend. Stay a while and listen. Hello, my friend. Stay. Ogden has owned and run the Rising Sun Inn and Tavern.
Well, what can I do for you? The innkeeper has little business and no real way of turning a profit. He manages to make ends meet by providing food and lodging for those who occasionally drift through the village. But they're as likely to sneak off into the night as they are to pay him. If it weren't for the stores of grains and dried meats he kept in his cellar, why, most of us would have starved during that first year when the entire countryside was overrun by demons.
Greetings, good master. Well, Adria is wise beyond her years, but I must
I sense a soul in search of answers. I sense the hand, the heart, and the mind can perform miracles when they are in perfect harmony. The healer Pepin sees into the body in a way that even I cannot. His ability to restore the sick and injured is magnified by his understanding of the creation of elixirs and potions. He is as great an ally as you have in Tristram.
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you? The innkeeper has little business.
What ails you, my friend?
my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
I can see what you see not. Vision milky, then eyes rot. When you turn, they will be gone, whispering their hidden song. Then you see what cannot be. Shadows move where light should be. Out of darkness, out of mind, cast down into the halls of the blind.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Poor Farnham. Here's a disquieting reminder. You recite an interesting rhyme written in a style that reminds me of other works. Let me think now. What was it? Darkness shrouds the hidden, eyes glowing unseen, with only the sounds of razor claws briefly scraping to torment those poor souls who have been made sightless for all eternity. The prison for those so damned is named the Halls of the Blind.
Well, what can I do for you? I'm afraid that I've neither heard nor seen a place that matches your vivid description.
What ails you, my friend? This does seem familiar somehow. I seem to recall reading something very much like that poem while researching the history of demonic afflictions. It spoke of a place of great evil that... Wait! You're not going there, are you?
Greetings, good master. Welcome to... I never much cared for poetry. Occasionally I had cause to hire minstrels when the inn was doing well, but it seems like such a long time ago now. What? Oh, yes, well, I suppose you could see what someone else knows.
Good day. How may I... If you have questions about blindness, you should talk to Pepin. I know that he gave my grandmother a potion that helped clear her vision, so maybe he can help you too.
I sense a soul. This is a place of great anguish and terror, and so serves its master well. Tread carefully, or you may yourself be staying much longer than you had anticipated.
I can see what you see not. Vision milky, then eyes rot. When you turn, they will be gone, whispering their hidden song. Then you see what cannot be. Shadows move where light should be. Out of darkness, out of mind, cast down into the halls of the blind.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Hello, my friend. Pepin. I count him as a true friend. Perhaps the closest I have.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Sometimes I think that Cain talks too much. But I guess that's his calling in life. If I...
What ails you, my friend?
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. The woman at the edge of town is a witch. She seems nice enough, and her name, Adria, is very pleasing to the ear.
Greetings, good master. Well, Pepin is a good man.
Your curiosity will be the death of you.
Sorry, did I break your concentration? Many demons traveled to the mortal realm in search of the three brothers. These demons were followed to the mortal plane by angels who hunted them throughout the vast cities of the East. The angels allied themselves with a secretive order of mortal magi named the Herodrim, who quickly became adept at hunting demons. They also made many dark enemies in the underworlds. Many demons traveled to the mortal
It's hot down here. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Good day. How may I serve you?
Well, what can I do for you? The innkeeper has little business.
Hello, my friend. Sir Pepin. I count him as a
What ails you, my friend? Before it was taken over by, well, whatever lurks below, the cathedral was a place of great learning. There are many books to be found there. If you find any, you should read them all, for some may hold secrets to the workings of the labyrinth.
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. Farnham is a drunkard who...
Kind of fellow drinking. I like Pepper. He really tries, you know. Listen here, you should make sure you get to know him. Good fellow like that with people always wanting help. Hey, I guess I'd be kind of like you, hero. I was a hero too.
I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Hello, my friend. Oh, Jillian is a fine woman, much adored for her high spirits and her quick laugh. She holds a special place in my heart. She stays on at the tavern to support her elderly grandmother who is too sick to travel. I sometimes fear for her safety, but I know that any man in the village would rather die than see her harmed.
Well, what can I do for you? Your weapons and armor will show the signs of your struggles against the darkness. If you bring them to me, with a bit of work and a hot forge, I can restore them to top fighting form.
What ails you, my friend? Cain is a true friend and a wise sage.
Greetings, good master. Griswold the blacksmith is extremely...
I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
Hello, my friend. The witch, Adria, is an anomaly here in Tristram. She arrived shortly after the cathedral was desecrated, while most everyone else was fleeing. She had a small hut constructed at the edge of town, seemingly overnight, and has access to many strange and arcane artifacts and tomes.
What ails you, my friend?
Good day. How may I serve you?
I can't cast that here.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Poor Farnham. He is a...
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
Good day. How may I serve? Ogden and his wife have taken me and my grandmother into their home, and have even let me earn a few gold pieces by working at the inn. I owe so much to them, and hope one day to leave this place and help them start a grand hotel in the East. over here.
Farnham, now there is a man with serious problems, and I know all about how serious problems can be. He trusted too much in the integrity of one man, and Lazarus led him into the very jaws of death.
Psst, over here.
I sense a soul in earth and walls, and thatched canopy do not a home create. The innkeeper Ogden serves more of a purpose in this town than many understand. He provides shelter for Gillian and her matriarch, maintains what life Farnham has left to him, and provides an anchor for all who are left in the town to what Tristram once was. His tavern and the simple pleasures that can still be found there provide a glimpse of a life that the people here remember. It is that memory that continues to feed their hopes for your success.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
I can't carry anymore. I gotta pawn some of this stuff. Too much baggage.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. I know of many myths and...
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
Good day. How may I serve you? Over here.
In case you haven't noticed, I don't buy anything from Tristram. I am an importer of quality goods. If you want to peddle your junk, you'll have to see Griswold, Pepin, or that witch Adria. I'm sure they'll snap up whatever you can bring in.
So it came to be that the three prime evils. So it came to be. So it came to be that the three prime evils were banished in spirit form to the mortal realm, and after sowing chaos across the East for decades, they were hunted down by the cursed order of the mortal Horadrim. The Horadrim used artifacts called Soul Stones to contain the essence of Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, and his brother Baal, the Lord of Destruction. The youngest brother, Diabllo, the Lord of Terror, escaped to the west. Eventually, the Horadrim captured Diabllo within a soul stone as well and buried him under an ancient forgotten cathedral. There, the Lord of Terror sleeps and awaits the time of his rebirth. Know ye that he will seek a body of youth and power to possess, one that is innocent and easily controlled. He will then arise to free his brothers and once more fan the flames of the Sin War.
I can't carry anymore. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
Good day. How may I serve you? Good day. How Cain has been the storyteller of Tristram for as long.
Hello, my friend. Oh, Jillian is a fine...
Well, what can I do for... I was with Fern on that night that Lazarus led us into the labyrinth.
Greetings, good master. Welcome, Griswold the blacksmith is...
I sense a soul, the hand, the heart, and the mind.
I can't carry anymore. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
I must be getting close. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
Hello, my friend. Poor Farnham. Here.
What ails you, my friend?
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. I know of many myths and legends.
Well, what can I do for you?
Good day. How may I serve you?
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend?
The armories of hell are home to the warlord of blood. In his wake lay the mutilated. The armories of hell are home to the warlord of blood. In his wake lay the mutilated bodies of thousands. Angels and man alike have been cut down to fulfill his endless sacrifices to the Dark Ones, who scream for one thing: blood. Not enough mana.
I can't carry anymore.
My blade is for your blood, mortal, and by my dark masters it shall not be denied.
Your reign of pain has ended. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? I really don't understand why Ogden stays here in Tristram.
Hello, the witch, Adria, isn't enough. I can't carry anymore. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
what can I do for you?
Good day. How may I serve you?
Well, what can I do for you?
Good day. How may I serve you?
Well, what can I do for you?
Not enough mana. I can't carry anymore.
Well, what can I do for you?
I sense a soul in search of answers. There is much about the future we cannot see, but when it comes, it will be the children who wield it. The book.
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend?
I gotta pawn some of this stuff.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend?
I can't carry anymore. This does not bode well, for it confirms my darkest fears. While I did not allow myself to believe the ancient legends, I cannot deny them now. Perhaps the time has come to reveal who I am. My true name is Deckard Cain the Elder, and I am the last descendant of an ancient brotherhood that was dedicated to safeguarding the secrets of a timeless evil, an evil that quite obviously has now been released. The Archbishop Lazarus, once King Leoric's most trusted advisor, led a party of simple townsfolk into the labyrinth to find the king's missing son, Albrecht. Quite some time passed before they returned, and only a few of them escaped with their lives. Curse me for a fool! I should have suspected his veiled treachery then. It must have been Lazarus himself who kidnapped Albrecht and has since hidden him within the labyrinth. I do not understand why the Archbishop turned to the darkness, or what his interest is in the child, unless he means to sacrifice him to his dark masters. That must be what he has planned. The survivors of his rescue party say that Lazarus was last seen running into the deepest bowels of the labyrinth. You must hurry and save the prince from the sacrificial blade of this demented fiend. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Griswold, a man of great action and great courage. I bet he never...
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend? I was shocked when I heard of what the townspeople were planning to do that night. I thought that of all people, Lazarus would have had more sense than that. He was an archbishop and always seemed to care so much for the townsfolk of Tristram. So many were injured, I could not save them all. Ogden's barmaid is a sweet...
Kind of fellow drinking.
They stab, then bite, then they're all around you. Liar, liar! They're all dead, dead. You hear me? They just keep falling and falling. The blood's spilling out all over the floor. All his fault.
Greetings, good master. Welcome to... Lazarus was the archbishop who led many of the townspeople into the labyrinth. I lost many good friends that day, and Lazarus never returned. I suppose he was killed along with most of the others. If you would do me a favor, good master, please do not talk to Farnham about that day.
Pray, how may I serve? I remember Lazarus as being a very kind and giving man. He spoke at my mother's funeral and was supportive of my grandmother and myself in a very troubled time. I pray every night that somehow he is still alive and safe. Over here.
Yes, the righteous Lazarus, who is so effective against those monsters down there. And didn't help save my leg, did it? Look, I'll give you a free piece of advice. Ask Farnham. He was there. I sense a soul I did not know this Lazarus of whom you speak, but I do sense a great conflict within his being. He poses a great danger and will stop at nothing to serve the powers of darkness which have claimed him as theirs.
Abandon your foolish quest. All that awaits you is the wrath of my master. You are too late to save the child. Now you will join him in hell.
ends here, betrayer.
Your story is quite grim, my friend. Lazarus will surely burn in hell for his horrific deed. The boy that you describe is not our prince. But I believe that Albrecht may yet be in danger. The symbol of power that you speak of must be a portal in the very heart of the labyrinth. Know this, my friend. The evil that you move against is the Dark Lord of Terror. He is known to mortal men as Diabllo. It was he who was imprisoned within the labyrinth many centuries ago, and I fear that he seeks to once again sow chaos in the realm of mankind. You must venture through the portal and destroy Diabllo before it is too late. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you? Well, what can I do for you?
Good day. How may I serve you?
What ails you, my friend? What ails you, my friend?
Too much baggage.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
Well, what can I do for you?
What ails you, my friend?
The Soul Stone burns with hellfire as an eerie red glow blurs your vision. Fresh blood flows into your eyes, and you begin to hear the tormented whispers of the damned. You have done what you knew must be done. The essence of Diablo is contained. For now. You pray that you have become strong enough to contain the demon and keep him at bay. Although you have been fortified by your quest, you can still feel him, clawing his way up from the dark recesses of your soul. Fighting to retain control, your thoughts turn toward the ancient mystic lands of the Far East. Perhaps there, beyond the desolate wastes of Aranok, you will find an answer. Or perhaps salvation.